Hello again, I am Jim Bob, and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 My Team Mode. Or Creative Team Mode, I suppose I should call it. Tonight, we are heading to China. A brand new circuit in this particular game's franchise, one we haven't actually seen in Formula One for several years due to COVID. But it is also the start of sprint season. Let's head to Shanghai. So then, a brand new circuit for us to have some fun with. We have kind of seen the circuit already because we did one of the pre-order deluxe scenarios at this circuit on launch day. But this is our first proper race here. Whereas we did, I think, an equal performance race at China. This time we are actually here competing properly. And it's a sprint weekend as well, so we get to try out the new sprint format. So in reality, the way the sprint format goes is that now on Friday you have practice one, and then you follow that up with sprint qualifying, which is like a shorter, more time pressured version of normal qualifying. And then on the Saturday, instead of free practice 2, we now have the sprint. And then in the afternoon, again, instead of free practice 2 or free practice 3, we now have normal qualifying for the Grand Prix. Now, we should be able to choose or change our car setup between the sprint and normal qualifying. Current regulations in Formula One allow for Parc Fermé to reset once the sprint itself is finished, up until the start of qualifying. So that means if we do need to tweak the setup, we should have a window of opportunity to be able to go in and actually make some substantial changes if we need to, rather than just tweaking the front wing. So I'm kind of curious to see if that is definitely in the game. It should be, but I'm really hoping it will be. How you doing, Wayne? How you doing, Dino? Good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else lurking in the chat. Let's have a quick refresh of where we sit currently in the standings. 10th with no points. The 0 points, not really much of a surprise there. But in terms of the driver standings, there we are in 16th and 19th. We are not rooted to the bottom, mainly thanks to the chaotic race that we had at the Jeddah Corniche in Saudi Arabia, race 2, where there were multiple retirements, multiple safety cars, a VSC, a red flag. It all kicked off, and we ended up finishing 13th. So it gave us quite a nice little boost in terms of our highest finish position. So let's have a look. It is race day. Have we got any parts that we need to put onto the cars? Let's have a look at where our car currently sits, first of all. It's not great, as you can see. If we do a comparison against Sauber, Sauber have got a little bit of speed on us. They've got a lot of acceleration on us, a little bit of DRS on us. We do have a little bit of downforce over them. And we're slightly better in the cooling departments with a slightly lighter car. But it's not a lot. It's not a lot. Let's take a look at Williams. We have been scrapping with Williams, and Williams are even stronger. So they are quicker, better acceleration, better DRS, better downforce, better dirty air, better cooling. Williams is going to be a tough one. I don't expect us to be fighting with Albon. Maybe Sargent if we're lucky. Again, I think the biggest fight we're going to be having tonight is going to be with Zhou. Maybe Sargent. And beyond that, I don't think we're going to be fighting anybody else, unfortunately. Our car is just not where it needs to be right now. We have got an underfloor that's 12 days away from going into manufacturing, and we are building multiple chassis and rear wings. We are also waiting to build new suspensions. I think we've got new side pods on both cars. Let's have a look. So we've got the new chassis on just one car. I have got one rear wing available, which I put onto Porsche, I think. No, I put it on Lawson, haven't I? Side pods, both are running the new side pods. Don't have any of the new suspensions yet. So we have taken a little step forward in terms of performance from the beginning of the season, but we are still lagging quite a way. I'm not expecting any great things at all in this race. I'm hoping that maybe if we can just keep our noses clean and, you know, cars in front of us continue to do silly things, we might just gradually move up the order a little bit. Finish position in the sprint will have no bearing on the race, unlike the last game. As I say, completely separate qualifyings now. So we haven't really got the prospect of maybe making a little bit of forward progress in the sprint carrying over to look forward to this year, which is a bit of a shame in some respect, but you know, it is what it is, and we'll just have to make the best of it. Checking in with our finances, we've got about 860,000. It's not a lot of money at all, but we have got a tour centre that's now pumping out a good solid amount of cash. 50 grand for the final upgrades, not really worth it for just over 3,000 a week. Not really. Helipads, 480,000. Going to go ahead with that simply because engagement will scale with our marketability when we come to do sponsor plans. So maybe having that little bit of extra marketability will mean we can reduce the amount of events that we have to do to meet our sponsor goals. So we'll go with that. And that's it now. Got no more money to spend. So let's set some race targets for tonight. Now, I wonder if these are for the race or for the sprint or for both. I don't know. We're going to be setting them at the lowest level. But let me just double check. Oh, I can't go back. Damn it. So we've got a post-race debrief after this Grand Prix. That's fine. Yeah, I can't go back, can I? Shit. I think Lawson has the better car. I just don't know. I'm going to bank on one retirement.
We're just getting settled here in Shanghai, ahead of the Chinese Grand Prix. A visit to Shanghai International Circuit can only mean it's time for the Chinese Grand Prix. This state-of-the-art track combines high G-force corners with one of the longest straights on the calendar. And with space for up to 200,000 spectators, not a minute of action will be missed.
Don't forget, the schedule this weekend sees the drivers take to the track for an all-out sprint race. A good opportunity to clinch some crucial championship points.
It's time then for another thrilling weekend of F1 drama.
Now I can't remember which driver's in which car. Shit. So, Porsche is in car 1. All the better parts are on car 1. I said Lawson's going to be the one to finish higher. So now I've got to switch all those parts over. Whoops. Got my cars the wrong way round in my head. There we go. If we are going to get Lawson up to 20th ahead of Porsche, he needs to have the advantage. Plus, I just get the feeling Lawson is going to need a good result just for his confidence. I'm going to go with 16 laps of fuel. It's quite a long lap here, so 16 laps should be enough. I'm not really sure what to go with setup-wise. Guessing it's going to be pretty low drag on the rear wing. So let's go with an 11 rear wing. I'm going to go with a 1.9 on the roll bar. I'm going to go with a 2.9. I'm going to go all the way up to a 1. Let's push the front wing up a little bit just for the corners. Let's try something like that as a starting level. See how that works. We'll do something a little similar with Porsche. So we'll go with a 5 on this one. I'm going to go the opposite way on the roll bar. Again, I think that's going to be up, but I'm going to push this one up as well. Let's have a look at that, see how that works. One of these cars is going to be, I think, reasonably close. The other one's going to be an absolute mile away, but I'm not sure which one's going to be which. We're going to be running the hard tyres in this session. We are not able to switch over parts yet. We're still on that first run of parts. Gearbox, we might have to swap out before racing this weekend.
Yeah, that's good. Copy.
Let's have a look at China.
Yeah, copy that.
There are definitely some big bumps in certain places of the track. Should provide some interesting shots in broadcast mode. Unleash all the way down this long back straight here. The ERS pops open around that sort of first Rolex overhang. I think we're going to see a lot of cars overtaking on the run down to that hairpin there. It does seem much harder to defend from DRS overtakes this time round. So it's a case of if you have enough speed to actually get alongside, you're pretty much getting past. All right, let's have a look at the drivers. Pato O'Ward is in for Oscar Piastri. Freddie Vesti is in for George Russell. CHA, I'm trying to remember who CHA is. Chloe Chambers. Chloe Chambers is in for Nico Hulkenberg. Maloney is in for Bottas. And that's it for the young drivers today. But for those of you who haven't seen it, we have monster F1 news to talk about. Sainz has made his decision. He is going to Williams next year on a 2-year plus deal. So he has finally announced where he's going. It is going to, I think, now bring a very swift conclusion to the end of the transfer saga. It does confirm that Logan Sargent is going to be without a seat for next season. And it also is hugely embarrassing for Audi, who have gone through a lot of turmoil in recent times, with a very public sort of rift forming between Hoffman and Seidel, and then both of them being ousted and Binotto been brought in. The team performing so poorly at the moment. Let's have a look. Ooh, 16%. That is not good. That is really not good. It is a sprint weekend, but it's taking us a long time to get the feedback, so we might as well just complete the run, get the track knowledge. Yes, it's hugely embarrassing for Audi. You know, they've made no secret that their number one target was Sainz. It was hoped the historical link between Audi and Sainz's father would be a positive. Seidel was supposed to be a positive as well, but with everything that's just been going wrong for that team, it has not looked good. Not looked good at all. And now, you know, Vowles, who has grown increasingly confident, I have to say, as the season has gone on, about his chances of signing Carlos Sainz, has now got his man. I don't think this is going to be a long-term future for Sainz. I think he'll be there for 2, maybe 3 years, and then I think, you know, he will have another reassess based on how the Audi project is going, maybe what's going on at Mercedes, what's going on at Red Bull. He will look to move up to a better ranked team, I think, when his contract is close to running out. But I think he's made the right decision. Out of the 3 teams that were chasing him, Alpine, Audi, and Williams, I have to say I think he's made the right decision. What's also interesting is that we now have a proper yardstick to measure Alex Albon's abilities against. Because let's face it, I mean, he hasn't really had any kind of yardstick at Williams. Yeah, Robert Kubica, while he was great before he had his monstrous accident, has never been the same since, and was never even close. Sargent is not exactly set the timing sheets alight. It's going to be the first real test of Albon's abilities against a top-rated driver in the same machinery since his time at Red Bull. When he was partnered up with Max. How you doing, Army? More realistic than the half-hearted pull-out from last year? Yes, it is. But it is also much harder to defend this time round. All right, we're getting a good picture. So it looks like it is going to go that way. I'm going to pull that all the way back. I'm going to go to a 3. I'm going to leave that up there. I'm going to pull this down more as well. Let's go really extreme. Let's go with something like that. Okay. I guess 11.5 rather than 10.5. There is still a lot of cornering. Actually, if I bring that front wing right down, it might still be an 11. pull that all the way back. Really want to go that low on the front wing. Let's try that. I'm not convinced that's going to be exactly what we need, but we'll have a look. I wonder if DRF halves defense score or something. No, it's just the way they've made the overtaking. Because I mean, it's the same with normal overtaking without DRS. You know, it's just I haven't seen any half-hearted pullouts. You know, like last time. I've seen some good defending from on occasion where, you know, the line is covered off, but I haven't seen anyone half pull out and then just sit there and do nothing. So overtaking is much more efficient. It just seems to be much harder to defend this year as a result. Sainz going to Williams is a huge downgrade on his part, but better than no other seat. Well, I mean, Williams have been investing a lot through Doralton Capital over the last few years. Williams could have had more points than they have already. Let's not forget that it was actually, ironically, Sainz who took Albon out, I think, at Canada, when they were in a potential points-bearing position. So, I mean, they could be slightly better off points-wise than they already are. And let's not also forget they had a horrible winter where they underwent monster changes to try and, you know, drag that team, you know, kicking and screaming into the 21st century. So let's not expect a similar kind of turbulent winter this time around at the end of this year. And of course, the chassis problems that they had as a result of that, where they only ran one car, they didn't have enough parts. Their car is still very overweight as well. If they can keep chipping away at getting the weight down on the car, that's going to improve performance very easily without actually doing anything else. just shaving a little bit of weight off could find them, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 tenths a second. So I think Williams are, you know, going to have a much better season next season than they're having this year. And the general consensus does seem to be that Mercedes is going to be the best engine option in 2026. And obviously Williams are a Mercedes customer. So it could be an interesting rules reset. Williams could be a bit of a dark horse for 26 onwards. Bowser needs to give him a competitive car. Well, he will do as best as he can. 78% still a long way off. All right, Lawson. 68%. I think we might even have gone backwards with Lawson there. Leclerc has a fault. What is that fault? Engine. There's a lot of running to go between now and the end of the weekend. I wonder if they'll switch that engine out or if it'll just end up blowing up. I'm going to leave them out there just to get that little bit of extra track knowledge, which will hopefully translate into a little bit of extra confidence. All right, we are still way off on the setups. Have to make some wholesale changes. And we have no chance to test them because we are now about to go into sprint qualifying.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us and we're raring to get going.
That was a very brief intro. Okay. I'm all for less crofty. So that is going to be an 11.5 then. I'm starting to think that's going to be a 2.8. I'm going to push. Oh, no, wait. That doesn't work. I think that has to be a 1.9. I'm going to drop that all the way that way. I'm going to pull the front wing like that. Can I get both of those in the window? It's tight. That's very tight. That's a little bit better. I'm not sure if that's going to do it, but I'm hoping that's going to get it close. And then we can then look to maybe improve on that after the sprint itself when Parc Ferme unlocks again. So we'll go with that. And that's our Hail Mary setup for AO. Let's have a look at Lawson. Oh, wow. Very different to what I was expecting. Alright, let's go with that. Again, not convinced, but we'll see how it goes. Looks like we're locked to medium tyres. For at least for SQ1. I'm guessing it'll be mediums in SQ1 and SQ2, and then softs in SQ3. I haven't actually seen many actual instances of sprint qualifying, so I really don't know if there are mandatory tyre choices in that. Let's head to the track. We'll go out early, and given the sheer length of that back straight, might be a good idea to try and get a slipstream. And then we'll switch the order for the second run. We should have time to do two separate runs. Let's go Helicam. Oh, a fair few cars coming out early. I'm hoping that we'll get a clean run. A lot of cars coming out early, actually. Both Williams. Hulkenberg's out, Bottas is out, Stroll's out, Russell's out, Sainz is out. Now Alonso's out. Both Red Bulls are out. Yeah, I think everyone's coming out early. Yeah, here come the McLarens. The only ones not out right now, Leclerc, Hamilton, Ocon, Gasly and Tsunoda. They pop out right in front of me, I'm going to be pissed.
Let's get going.
Oh, now there comes Archon. He's going to pop out right in front of Porsche. There he is. Nope. Okay, that was a little weird. I think he might have held up Lawson a little bit. We got a yellow flag. Oh, damn it. Lock up for Porsche.
Yeah, I did a small mistake down.
Now this is turn 6. And the car just locks. Just unable to control the car by that point.
Oh, and it screwed up Lawson's lap as well because Lawson lifted to let him through. That's because I had the Don't Fight teammate on. Yeah. Not a great start to our first sprint quali, is it? Lock up for Albon as well.
Take a look now. Now Alex Albon is part of this. Things look fine here. Well, you can see the lockup. By that point, it was just too late.
So, a 136.0 for Lawson. It's not a great time. Porsche is even worse because of his lockup. Neither of those times are going to be particularly good. Hulkenberg, 7/10 quicker than us. Let's just blitz back to the garage. Get ready to go again. How much damage did we do to those tyres? Oh, down to 79%. That's not good. To be honest, I don't really expect to get out of this session anyway. This time I'm going to wait. Oh, Albon's having to spin again.
It was the Williams driver we see there. Whoa, and there it goes. And there'll be words had after this, I'm sure.
Evening, Adrian. How you doing? What do I think of this race tonight? I honestly don't know. I'm not sure really what to expect from this. We'll give it our best, see what we can do. There we go, Lawson is the lead car, that's what we want. Wish you could do like in the Coders game and change it for Alex Shakes. Yeah, I would prefer Alex Shakes. We haven't even talked about yesterday's race. Not a bad race. Little pockets of excitement. And lots of just holding position or gradual gains. Little, say, pockets of fighting here and there. The right driver won in the end, but not under circumstances that were ideal. Russell obviously getting himself disqualified for having an underweight car. A bit of a shame for him. He drove superbly on his one-stop strategy. Hamilton had been quicker than him all weekend, and so in terms of pure pace, the right driver won out of those two, but not the circumstances that anyone really wanted to see that happen. And a real surprise. I don't think anybody saw Mercedes challenging for the podium, let alone a 1-2, which later became just a 1. But yeah, I mean, big improvement on prediction for Mercedes, and that's 2 race wins for Hamilton now this season. You go 2.5 years waiting for a race win, and then you get 2 in as many races. Or two in like 3 races. That's pretty good. I am surprised that Verstappen didn't come through the field as much as we thought he would. And you have to say, very disappointing performance from Sergio Perez. Very disappointing. He just went backwards all the way through that Grand Prix. And he can complain that he had to do too long a stop on the hard tyres like he tried to in the press conference afterwards. George went 34 laps on hard tyres. His pace was fine. So I think Perez is in trouble. I think he's really in trouble now. And I would not be at all surprised to see a swap with Ricciardo coming in. And Perez being shunted down to RB. Evening, Chad. Red Bull have announced he's staying until the end of the year. I didn't see that announcement. I had a quick look after I'd finished going through all the all the information about Sainz, but I didn't see anything pop up. I will have another look after the stream tonight. Well, there we go. Lawson is a second quicker than Porsche, although that is down to a number of factors. Tyres, confidence, no slipstream for Porsche to negate some of that, that loss in performance. And obviously the new car parts. But, yeah, not great. Although we are quicker than Alex Albon and we are quicker than Zhou. I'm surprised Albon is down there. We are certainly not going to be troubling for the grid for points in the sprint. It's only the top 8. And we are 1.5 seconds behind Stroll at the moment. Max is only 9th in this session. But of course, this is just the first elimination, of which we are eliminated. Russell's out. Oh, wow. What happened to George? Did he just not get a clean run? George is out in Q1. That is a shock, especially when you consider Hamilton is up in 5th. He must have got held up somewhere. Valtteri is out. Lawson's out. Albon's out. Zhou's out. Porsche's out. Sargent somehow is through. Right, let's see who qualified top in sprint quali. Max. It's a Red Bull 1-2. Max ahead of Sergio. Then it's Sainz, Norris, Piastri, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Stroll and Ricciardo's the top 10. Then Alonso, Hulkenberg, Magnussen, Ocon, Sargent with a penalty. What is that penalty for? It might be locked out, so I might be able to see. It's locked out, so I can't see. Yeah, I'm not sure what that penalty's for. It's a bit early for parts. It's only round 5. So it might just be a collision penalty. Who did he hit? I'm sure he hit somebody. I can't remember who he hit. Then it's Gasly, and then the Q1 eliminations. George, Valtteri, Liam, Alex, Joe, and Teo. All right, let's get ready for the sprint. Let's see what our setups look like as well.
Hello and welcome as our Grand Prix weekend continues, and the sprint will soon be upon us. Of course, this is the first sprint of the season, adding an extra challenge for the drivers and their teams. But as ever, in Formula One, an extra challenge is an extra opportunity.
And of course, the big incentive here is getting a few extra points on the board, with the top finishers in the sprint set to add to their championship tally.
Well, it's not too long now until the sprint around Shanghai, where we'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but I do think we've made an absolutely gorgeous looking car this year. Shame it doesn't run as well as it looks. So let's get ready for the sprint. We improved the setup to 84%. And we can find a lot of performance just by fixing the roll bar after the sprint. So that's encouraging. What about Lawson? 92%. I'm going to try just tweaking the front wing. I'm going to push that up to a 2.5, see how that helps him in the race. Got a choice. I can go with mediums or I can go with softs. Got a lot of softs. An awful lot of softs. But it might be beneficial to actually have an extra set of mediums available for the Grand Prix. In case it's a safety car. I just don't know if my drivers are going to be able to stretch those tyres enough. So that is 8 seconds quicker than running them to the canvas and beyond, getting a puncture. Ironically, it's exactly the same as running those at normal pace. So that's only a second slower. What is it like for hards? I think I might go hard tyres and just push them. How many sets of hards do I have? Oh, this is my only set. In that case, no. We'll hang on to the hard tyres because we might need those in the Grand Prix. So, it looks like mediums then. Not going to do any pushing of any kind off the line. What's my gearbox looking like? 45% and 43%. I think gearbox is run down a little bit lower, if I remember rightly, this time. So they should be okay for this weekend. And then next weekend, we might have to swap them out. Let's see how we do in the sprint. Can we make any forward progress whatsoever? Don't forget, some softs will be needed for proper qualifying. I've got 5 sets at the moment. So I'm not going to go through 5 sets in quali, I don't think. And I'm not likely to be using them in the race.
It's lights out, and away we go.
Let's see what everyone else has done. Oh, everyone's on mediums. Okay. No real surprise there. Oh, yeah. Good little run there for Lawson. As Bottas just lost a lot of ground there. We almost got ahead of George Russell there, but couldn't quite make that move stick. But that is going to be a negligible gain in confidence for gaining multiple positions. Porsche is obviously down a little bit at the moment. Who's going to be the number one at Williams next year? I don't think there'll be a designated number one. I think, Williams obviously have a lot of faith in Albon. He's been their team leader now for a few seasons. I think, they'll give him equal status with Sainz. On paper, you would have to say Sainz should be the number one, but I say Williams have got a lot of faith in Albon, and he's shown them a lot of loyalty in return. And I can't see them ditching, or shunning him and relegating him to a number two role. I think he'll be treated equally. Oh, it's nice to be in front of cars, even if it's only a couple of cars and only for a little while. It is nice to be in front of the cars. Lawson's car is the benchmark in terms of performance for the next Grand Prix, as Porsche has got past Valtteri.
Now
Let's
we can see
have a look at that
happened.
replay.
Now we're watching the action closely here. There's the opening.
Lovely.
And the overtake is made.
Good stuff. Nice clean move there. Not sure if either of our cars have got the DRS. No, we don't. And you can see Zhou is just going to immediately go straight down the inside of us here. Bottas trying to go around the outside of Porsche. Can Porsche hold him off? No, he can't. Let's save a little bit of tyre with both cars here.
Copy.
And now we all should have the DRS back on Zhou, which we do.
Copy.
Albon is gone. Didn't think we'd have enough pace to stay with Albon, based on what we saw on paper at the beginning of the stream. Little stutter, little hesitation through that corner there. I wonder if that's just down to a lack of downforce. We have got the DRS on Zhou this time round. Although he's got a monster launch, his pushing his tyres a lot harder than we are at the moment. Just trying to gain a little bit of extra performance so that when we do have a real big push towards the end of the sprint, we should hopefully have a little bit of extra rubber to play about with. Just trying to stay in range at this stage. Stay in the window. Actually, no, we'll leave battle assist on for Porsche. Let's spend a little bit more time in gyro cam. Haven't really used this camera so much, that much this year. Haven't been all that impressed with it so far. I think I've seen it in use this year. I saw it at Hungary. And it's a very different experience. I think it's mounted too far forward in the game. The movements just seem a little bit too severe. Oh, the Sergeant's going to have a run at us here. So Porsche might have a run on Valtteri. Rear wing is open. Lawson just swamped there. Porsche goes around the outside, and now our drivers are pretty much nose to tail. Let's get them in sequence. Let's tell Porsche not to fight. And let's give Lawson a bit of battery as well. In a way, it almost feels a little weird coming back to China. It almost feels like the days of when we used to go to places like Sepang. I would still so love to go back to the Malaysian Grand Prix. That was a fantastic track to race on.
I think we need to start getting a little bit quicker.
Overtaken.
Ah, that's new audio. I've not seen that before. Querying whether or not he's allowed to actually attack his teammate, and just like, no, you can't do it. Okay, which is not what I wanted. Just ruefully accepting his instruction there. That's cool. I like that.
Don't go crazy on the rears.
Okay, copy.
I think Porsche is basically going to be scrapping with the two at the back tonight. The two Saubers. I'm hopeful that I can try and get in amongst the Williams cars with Lawson. Don't really have enough pace to completely break away, but let's see if I can quickly drop Joe and get onto the Sergeant before the next DRS zone.
Don't worry about that now.
I guess Porsche getting overtaken. Let's put him back into a saving situation. I couldn't drop Joe, not properly, and I couldn't get onto Sergeant. A little bit of no man's land. Magnussen's developed a fault.
I had an issue.
That's gearbox.
Copy.
Now we've got a nice little bit of extra grip to play about with.
Copy, copy.
Need good pace.
Just about hanging on to Sergeant here. Should probably go to top up so I don't lose that entirely. We'll ride with Porsche for the moment, see if we can stick with Joe. Albon's pushed all the way past Gasly and is on the back of Magnussen, who is now vulnerable with that gearbox fault. And did Joe just drop us? I think he did. I've got a good slipstream though, which will hopefully protect us a little bit from not having DRS. That and the extra tyre grip, you can see we have been able to outpace Valtteri there.
Remember the rears?
Copy.
We're dropping off the back of Sargent again. Albon now up to 15th. How you doing, Trucker? Do not want to get dropped here.
I'm trying to go faster.
There we go. I think we made it back in. How you doing, John?
Not need to overpush it.
Copy that.
Yes, we did. Lawson is dropping off the back a little bit.
Keep doing what you were doing. You're doing a great job.
Have to use a little bit of extra tyre here. Joe is trying to close the gap.
Focus on yourself.
Don't have any real battery to push. Got a little bit of spare fuel. Let's use that as well. I'm saving Porsche's spare fuel. Oh wow, Joe has really opened up the taps, hasn't he? Pulled out nearly 2 seconds on us already. Alright, in that case,
Yeah, copy, copy.
let's let Joe go through. So we can charge up Lawson. And then we can try and punch past him and slingshot up towards the Williams drivers. Magnussen's fault was just temporary. His car seems to be sorted again. Fault has cleared. So that's the first temporary fault we've seen play out. Joe's run out of steam. Gap has opened back up again. You've noticed that the hard difficulty races means that the AI is on full push with tyres all race. It's a little bit more extreme so far. I think it will probably get maybe tweaked a little bit. But the AI was definitely more aggressive. What I have noticed is that the AI is more independent. You would get bunches of cars all push at exactly the same time in the previous game. Now it's a lot more individualistic. You'll get periods where some cars will just react to you pushing instantly. Others will push to try and pull away from you if they think that you're closing in. Others will wait till you get ahead of them and then push to try and retake the position. It's a lot more organic, I think, is the right term this time round compared to the last time.
Good job.
Let's have a look. We said 21st and 20th. We are on target. So those do appear to be sprint targets that we set. Does that mean we get the chance to set new targets for the race as well? We'll have to check that.
Yeah, no worries.
Porsche will have a look around the outside. And then with the battery, we'll complete that move. Now Magnussen's in the pits. Gasly's developed a fault.
Low power.
So he's got an engine issue. Why is Magnussen boxed? Has he just blown out his tyres? Oh yeah, he did, look. Those tyres fell away really quickly. I didn't see anything pop up to say he'd made a mistake, but for whatever reason, he must have just pushed like crazy and cooked his tyres. Looks like Joe's thinking about trying to close up again. Six more laps to go. 7 if you include the one we're just about to start, actually. 7 laps to go. Tyres are still in good shape. Yeah, we're definitely looking healthy. Magnussen's going to come through in with a lot of pace here. How far off the lead are we? Oh my god, we're a minute off the lead. Wow. I knew we were slow. I didn't think we were quite that slow. That is not great. Let's ride the gyro cam through the banks. Yeah, it just looks a little bit too extreme, that camera. Want to get Lawson into DRS range so I can start pushing Pourchaire and bring Lawson with me. I think we can get a move done on Gasly maybe. We've still got time. We've certainly got the tyres, as you can see. Here we go. Now we're close enough. And we've managed to fill Pourchaire's battery in the process, so that's worked out quite nicely. It's quite ironic, really. A sprint, I think the best strategy for a sprint is to not sprint. It's to, play the patient long game. Or at least in our position anyway. It's just to play the patient long game and let the tyres come in gradually. Oh, Magnussen's already up to 20th. I think if you sprint, you just leave yourself open to all sorts of issues. With having to really hamstring your pace later in the race. These are going to be no contest overtakes, I think.
Struggling a little bit with the fronts.
goes Magnussen. So much more grip. We've managed to hold him off temporarily. Good move, Lawson there. And there's that soft tyre grip. God, he's going to get us both in the same corner. Almost. Oh, Lawson's coming back at him. Oh, that's superb. Well played, Lawson. Max's tyres are almost dead already, look. Wow, great driving from Lawson there. That's
Here's
superb.
The replay. Now we're just proceeding through turn 4. The opportunity's there.
No, just snuck it up the inside.
And the overtake is made.
Boxed out Magnussen a little bit, got the toe from Porsche and went for it. Albon's got a fault.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
Yeah, but what kind of fault? We could investigate, but I don't want to miss any action because we're about to try and put a double move on Gasly here. Magnussen's tyre advantage is almost completely gone now. He still has a little bit more grip than us and a better car than us. And there goes Teo.
Good job. Okay, we need to push a bit more.
Magnussen going for the lunge. Battery saves us. And now we'll go for the move on Gasly. Get that toe. Pop open the DRS. Can we hold off Magnussen? Yes, we can. And so can Gasly. Magnussen stays in 20th. And meanwhile, Porsche has caught Sargent.
2 laps after this.
Copy. Copy. Copy.
I think this is as far as we go unless Albon's pace really drops off. And he's still lapping quicker than Sargent right now. Although we're lapping a couple of seconds quicker, I just don't think we've got enough time left.
Copy.
Gasly is still holding up Magnussen. Magnussen will get him on the straight, surely.
So let's try to do a best you can.
Rear wings open.
Okay, copy.
Hey, doing Clark? Not at the back? No, well, it's only a sprint, so teams have got to be a bit more sparing with their tyres, and they generally don't spare their tyres. So we have a little bit of grip advantage now, as you can see. Magnussen has finally got past Gasly.
Last one.
Copy.
So let's pick up the pace. Keep it like this.
And he's coming for us. Can I get on to Sargent?
Max Verstappen over the finish line to win the
I've got about spare
sprint.
fuel.
Copy.
So it's a sprint win for Max to go with the 4 race wins he's already got this year. He is walking this season at the moment. Can I hold off Magnussen? I'm not going to get Sargent, I don't think. Pourchaire's not going to catch Albon either. Not for lack of trying. Albon has that slipstream to Ocon. It's a valiant effort for Pourchaire, finishing 16th with the slower of the two cars. Just had more confidence towards the end there against Lawson, which helped with pace and slightly better tyres as well. But a good result. 16th and 18th. That is on pure pace as well. We did complete our targets of 20th and 21st, which is excellent. So that should be a nice little bit of extra cash.
The competition out there was certainly tough today, and it leaves many coming away from the sprint empty-handed.
It's a P18 finish, and let me assure you, no one wants to find themselves down there.
So, sprint results. Max takes the win from Norris and Leclerc. Sainz is 4th ahead of Perez, then Piastri. Tsunoda and Hamilton get the last of the points in the sprint. Stroll and Ricciardo missing out. Then it's Alonso. Russell managed to gain 4 places, finished in 12th ahead of Hulkenberg. Ocon in 14th. Albon up 4 to finish in 15th. We finished in 16th there with Pourchaire. Sargent in 17th. Has that penalty still to be applied? So that will be a 3-place grid penalty, I think. And then Lawson in 18th ahead of Magnussen. Then Gasly, Joe and Bottas. We are not the slowest car anymore. We are quicker than the Salvers.
Welcome to qualifying. Let's find out if all that practice will pay off for the drivers.
The Shanghai International Circuit is notoriously tough on tyres, so expect to see that factor into the team's strategies as they deal with this busy schedule.
Now, Karun, you and I were actually just talking about that man there, Max Verstappen. How do you think he'll be feeling today?
They were looking pretty sharp in practice and setting good lap times, so they're probably feeling fairly confident now. But a good practice time doesn't always guarantee a strong qualifying outcome.
Good point, Karun. Let's get on with qualifying.
I have upgrades just on Lawson's car. I've got new side pods on both cars, but Lawson's running the only copy I have currently of the new chassis and the new rear wing. They'll be going on Porsche's car next Grand Prix. So, race targets. Looks like it's the same target. It's going to carry over. I wonder if I get paid for them again. Now we can make some changes to the car setup. So let's go to a 3.7. That will find us at a big chunk of performance there. Let's push that back to a 2.75. Let's go with that. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be spot on, but it's going to be better than it was. Going to be quite a bit better simply because we've fixed the roll bar. Everything else should be slightly better or slightly worse. Let's go with something like that. Oh wait, no, that's fix that there, isn't it? Right, let's go back to a 2.5. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, and we'll see how that works. We can make some tweaks to Lawson as well. Oh, okay. Was not expecting the front wing to be that far off. We made a little tweak to his front wing and it did not pay off. So that needs to go in the opposite direction. I don't want to overdo it too much. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll see how that works. Again, should be an improvement. Soft tyres, yes. All right. Send them out.
Green, 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 green.
Let's see if we can get through this first run without traffic.
Suzuka, you need to warm up.
Copy.
And while they're warming up, I will go cool down by getting a drink from the fridge.
Clear ahead. Drift off.
Right, so we're going to beat the McLaren out. There we go. So no traffic immediately ahead. That Red Bull is far enough ahead that it's not going to be an issue, I don't think. But actually, no, that is Perez on a flying lap. So that's not going to be an issue for us either. I think it's on a flying lap. Oh no, it is Max on an out lap, but as you can see, he's a long way ahead of us. Let's have a look at the splits. We've got a yellow flag. Oh, god damn it. Porsche again.
Yeah, I did a small mistake there.
And that's going to slow down Lawson again. This is exactly what happened in sprint quali.
The brakes couldn't cope, but that's just the risk you take. The later you
There
leave
you
it.
see that little pause from Lawson there. That's cost Lawson. So both drivers are going to find improvements on their next runs. How much damage has that done to the tyres from Teo? I'm guessing a fair bit. They're soft, so they're going to fall apart very quickly anyway. Or 48, or 44, 34.8. It's not as good a time as it could be, unfortunately. Could have been better.
Remember to keep following your delta, yeah?
Copy.
Let's get them back to the pits. Track's suddenly getting very crowded. %. Yeah, big loss. Another yellow flag. Someone else making a mistake. I've seen Albon make a few. Is it him? Oh no, it's Valtteri.
Let's
And he's
see
got
what
damage.
happened there. Now this was Valtteri Bottas.
Has he hit
Nothing
the wall?
wrong so far. The wheels just lock up there. They took a gamble and it was just too late.
No, maybe it's underfloor. I don't think it'll give me information on that yet. Yeah, I don't think it's anything like that. He must have damaged his underfloor. Let's let the track clear up a little bit. Still got a few cars on outlaps. Gonna put some real distance between my drivers. Don't want them to screw each other over again. Oh, I don't want Porsche to screw over Lawson again. Done that in 2 different sessions now. So Valtteri aborted his lap. Another look, see if it is showing anything on his car condition. It's not, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be underfloor damage.
be a bit of traffic there. Go for it.
Oh, puncture for Magnussen. Oh, wow. He picked up a puncture going over the curb. I don't think they were damaged tyres. Oh no, they were 22%. Why was he going out 22% softs? Maybe reusing the soft. He was reusing the softs he used in the sprint.
Oh my! This guy is just so annoying.
Lawson complaining about traffic, but he hasn't had any yet. Any Ruben? How was Spa?
Completely locked me.
This is something I've noticed as well. If there is the hint of traffic, the driver will complain about it for about a minute. So we'll probably get another message popping up from Lawson in a moment. So very, very similar in the opening sector. Just a thousandth difference in the first sector between them. Half a second in the middle sector.
This guy is
There he goes again, look, complaining again. So it's a 40.9, and that puts Porsche into 17th. And a 40.9. So we are currently 14th and 18th, 15th and 18th, 16th and 19th. We have got one car currently in round 2, but Bottas and Magnussen are going to set better times. So at the very least, Magnussen's going to get in front of us. He's still complaining, look. Oh dear. I love that. I love how he's just, you know, the mindset of the driver is like still angry a whole lap later. Like they're turning into Max. He's still going. All right, who just improved? I'm not sure. Oh no, no one did. We're still 16th. All right, we've got time for one more run.
Pit lane.
We will stop on the mark.
We might as well go with another set of softs. We're not getting Porsche out of this session. Lawson has an outside opportunity, but somehow I don't think he's going to be able to pull that off. He's going to give us plenty of tyres to play about with in the next race, though.
got your mirrors, not sure who's pushing, who's not.
Oh, we might be giving a slipstream to Bottas. That's not good. Right, so where's Magnussen? There's Magnussen. Let's focus in on Magnussen for a bit because he is the most likely to knock Lawson out.
Clear ahead. And push.
I'm gonna push early because I do not want to give any kind of slipstream.
Copy.
To Valtteri behind. So Magnussen's improving. Well, he's not. He can't not improve. I mean, look how far off he is. He's 42 seconds off the pace with his first lap. Willing him to spin out here. If I could get a car out of Q1, that would be amazing. Oh no, Albon's improved. Damn you, Alex. We are improving. 10th would be enough to get us through. So Magnussen is up to the line. Rocket's up to 12th. Now we need half a second. It's a bit too much, I think. What can Pourchaire do? Pourchaire goes to 17th. What about Liam? He came close. He came close. Valtteri splits our two cars, but we are 17th and 19th. Albon is done. He's on an in-lap, I think. Is this Sargent on an in-lap? No, Sargent's still on a flyer. He will improve. Will he get in amongst us? Oh, he gets through. Sargent through to 16th. He's out-qualified Albon again. Did it in the sprint, now he's done it here as well. So, 18th and 20th. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. That is already ahead of our race targets, which is 20th and 21st. So let's have a look and see who qualified on pole. Is it going to be Max? Of course it is. Quickest in all three sessions, a couple of tenths quicker than Lando in the end. Leclerc is third, Perez fourth, Sainz ahead of Piastri, then it's Hamilton in 7th ahead of the two RBs of Tsunoda and Ricciardo. Stroll is 10th, then it's Russell, Hulkenberg, Alonso, Magnussen, Gasly, Sargent with a penalty. So he might actually qualify behind Lawson. I'm assuming that's a 3-place penalty. It might be 5, I'm not sure. I think it's only 3. Still. Then it's Ocon, Lawson, Bottas, Pourchaire, and Albon and Zhou. Let's get ready for the race.
The 56 laps of the Shanghai International Circuit await our drivers here in China.
Shanghai has seen its fair share of clashes over the years, one of which happened even before the 2005 race had begun, when Michael Schumacher collided with Christian Albers on the way to the grid, sending Albers into the air.
Shanghai International Circuit is a complicated low-speed track that demands high downforce. The series of rapid turns from 1 to 4 demands high grip, but the more the drivers warm their tyres, the more degradation they'll have to deal with. Well, there's nothing quite like it. Welcome along to race day.
Welcome indeed. So yeah, race targets are 20th for Lawson, 21st for Share. That'll get us a nice little bit of cash. So the suggested strategy for Pourchaire is a 2-stop medium, hard, medium. But we've got plenty of softs available. So let's take a look at maybe going something like soft, medium, medium. It's only 3 seconds quicker. Four seconds if I do that. In fact, it's only a second quicker. And that will give me a little bit of extra tyre to play with. Okay, let's look at some other alternatives. Let's look at something a little bit more like that. That is slower. So the softs really don't appear to be the way to go unless we were to really load up and go all guns blazing. Let's have a look at a 3-stopper. So if we were to make an early stop, go something like that. Could I even go like that? That's still slower. Yeah, we'll just go with that. And then we've got softs for a way to react. We'll see how we go. I mean, I still want to consider going maybe what about a soft hard? That's not going to work. What about soft medium hard? 4 seconds slower. Would give me the chance to not immediately lose a load of positions. And then maybe fight back through. I'm going to go with the recommended strategies, I think, on this one. I'm going to take a lap of fuel out. And one thing I have noticed, and if this might catch you out if you haven't been wary of this, if I were to change parts of my strategies, sometimes I have noticed that changing my fuel push can change the strategy. So because we've gone with the ones that were recommended, which was strategy B. So for example, if I select this strategy here and now I go down here and I start doing things around like that, there you see it changes my strategy. So you need to be wary of that. It can potentially catch you out. Porsche has got slightly better tyre wear than Lawson. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to see how that works out. I'm not sure what's the right way here. We got really close in the end. We were just 1% away. And we got Lawson all the way up to that. I can't improve that without breaking everything else. So that's why your strategies at Suzuka switched. Yes, yeah, I noticed it at the weekend, and I thought I'd mention it. Yeah, we're going to go with that, and then we've got the flexibility to maybe convert that final stop to a hard stop, or if we get an early safety car, I can maybe convert to a soft, medium, soft with Porsche. We'll see what happens, but it gives us some flexibility. It gives us a little bit of room to manoeuvre, a little bit of wiggle room, as they say. We are underfueled by a lap. Let's send them out. Actually, it's underfueled by 2. How much fuel is it per lap? About 1.7 kilos per lap. We're still going to get lapped in this Grand Prix, so
well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in for the weekend's Grand Prix action. A short moment of time to themselves to focus on the race ahead.
Not a huge surprise to see them in 19th, but they've certainly got the potential to move up from here.
But just what will happen here, your guess is as good as mine. The excitement is building here in Shanghai. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Away we go indeed. Bottas has jumped up the inside of Lawson, but Lawson will have the inside on the exit of the snail shell. There he goes back through. Nowhere to go, unfortunately, with the cars in front. So we might not be able to lock that move in. Right, let's switch them over. Get the softs in front. Oh, is he going to make this move? I'm worried now that he's going to end up losing a bit of ground. There he goes. And he has. He let Albon through as well.
Here is on.
So not a great first lap for Liam there. Unfortunately, that has hit his confidence very hard.
Copy.
I know, man. Just keep it cool.
I think I can move up today. I think I can get a couple of places, but, you know, I think it's going to depend on who has a fault during the Grand Prix and whether that's just a temporary thing or a permanent thing. The races always run very differently to the sprints. Like I said, cars can push their tyres with more impunity in racing than they can in sprints because, you know, they're factoring in already making stops, whereas in a sprint you do not want to make stops. So you try and stretch the tyres beyond what they're capable of. But I want to beat the Salvers outright today. That I think I can do. I don't know how I'm going to do against the Williams drivers. You can see Sargent is at the back, so he did have, I think, a 5-place penalty. You see Zhou diving up the inside there of Porsche into the snail shell.
Come on.
I want to try and be sparing with the battery where I can, just because it takes a long time to get it recharged without, you know, sacrificing a lot of pace. But we will try and use it strategically in this opening few laps. Car still topping out very early. Porsche's going to go around the outside. Nope, cuts back to the inside and is covered off. So we will again go back into saving mode. 2-second gap opened up to Albon now. Sargent in tow. The AI pushing so hard on their tyres, I wonder whether conserving them so I have the tyre advantage later on is worth it, given the fact the car is so slow and you lose so much ground. I'm not sure, Toby. Haven't really played enough of the game to know just how much of an impact drivers have over the car performance. I'm guessing quite a lot, as before. So, I mean, if you've got poor drivers, they will elevate a car. If you've got good drivers, they'll elevate a poor car. And likewise, if you've got a good car and poor drivers, they will hamstring the car quite a bit. We noticed that ourselves significantly in our previous season with Aston Martin, where we had the best car on the grid, but we did not have a package that was wiping the floor with everybody because our driver package was not up to snuff against the top teams. All right, this time Porsche should get that move done. And I'm going to push on here. Try and break away from Joe if I can.
Good job.
So I'm going to push Porsche a little bit, Lawson a little bit.
So let's take a look at the replay. Now we're watching the action closely here. Can they squeeze by? And the overtake is made.
I might not drop Joe, but I should hopefully catch Albon at this rate. Lawson's close to the Joe and has just about dropped Sargent.
Copy.
All right, we did get the rear wing open. There we go.
Trying to keep the tires cool.
Copy.
There we go, we're onto the train again, and we've left Sargent behind now. Bye-bye, Logan. Thanks for playing. No doubt he'll be back again soon. He'll just push himself to close up again.
Copy.
All right, we've got the better exit on Gasly.
Copy.
And we go around the outside, use the battery. Oh, he squeezed us, he hit us. He's broken our wing.
All right.
Yeah, we had the move done, and then just broke our front wing there. That might be a racing incident, but if penalties are to be applied, that should absolutely be Gasly's fault.
On in the
Looks like Gasly's got some damage as well, so... And you can see we're completely missing that end plate. Luckily, it's Pourchaire and not Lawson, because Pourchaire will be boxing sooner. Yeah, no penalties given. Gasly's got half of his end plate missing. So he's compromised as well, just not quite as badly, and we have lost ground as a result of that. And confidence. Great. Right, let's look at editing the strategy then.
Come on, mate. And box.
Copy, box.
Box.
Okay, copy, box.
Joe's picked up a fault, mechanical. Any clues?
Check the gears.
Gearbox. There we go, that's a little bit of confidence gained back. I do mean a little bit. We're getting past Gasly. Hopefully it's some extra confidence lost for Gasly as well. We should get the DRS here on Valtteri. Sweep around the outside of him. And the rear wing's open. Valtteri will be under pressure from both Sargent and Gasly. We'll dive into the pits and change that wing. Not a bad stop for a wing change. And now we just got to leave Porsche to it, see what happens. So we've given Valtteri the DRS there, but I'm hopeful that we can pull away from him enough to negate that here. Magnussen hits the pits. Another early stopper. It's a good stop. I'm seeing this weird glitch with the tyres at the moment on these pit stops where it's duplicating the tyres. It's taking off the old tyres and the new tyres at the same time and then putting on new tyres. Very weird. That's why we're getting the colour flashing. Right, we are closing in on the cars in front. Need to get past them. Looks like Valtteri boxed as well. Yeah, he's gone onto hard tyres. Sargent's mediums. Wow, look at the state of those already. And Joe's. Oh, god damn it, he tried to do it again, look. Dirty bastard. Got him this time, though. Ocon has also hit the pits. He's come out on hard tyres.
Right then, we can take a look now. Now this was at turn 3. They decide to give it a go.
Oh, look at him, he's basically off the track there.
To 17th.
Right, so we have to get Sargent on this lap. Because he's almost certainly going to be boxing at the end of this lap. So we want that confidence boost, even if it is worth piss all of nothing. Will also get us onto the back of Zhou, who might box this lap but may go one more, and if he goes one more we've got a chance of getting him as well. And there we go, the move on Sargent done already. Pretty much out of battery though. Is Zhou going to box? No, he's not. Sargent's not boxing either. I am surprised at that. He stayed out.
Copy.
So we're 16th right now, but it's slightly inflated because Magnussen and Ocon are both stopped. So technically we're 18th. Now Joe's sprinting, which means he's boxing. To use all of that extra grip that we've got to get back on terms with it if we can. Get that DRS. There we go. Russell dives into the pits. And there we go. That's moved on Joe.
Struggling a little bit with the fronts.
Very straightforward overtake there. And Joe dives in, so we got that just in time. And there goes Sargent and Gasly as well. So we're 2 seconds off the back of Albon. His tyres are going to be falling apart as well. He might be boxing this lap. That's maybe a little bit too much, but we'll see if we can close him up without a push. Checking with Porsche's confidence is starting to come back. I'm out in front of Gasly. Just in front of Sargent. Might have been better to come out behind Sargent. Tuck into his slipstream. Sainz now into the pits. Current holder of the fastest lap. See how Ferrari do with the pit stops. Again, there's that weird tyre glitch. It's a quick, smooth stop there for Ferrari. Sargent has got through as expected.
Do your best.
Lawson has closed the gap a tiny bit to Albon, but not anything substantial. And Albon boxes. So the question now is, can we stay ahead of Magnussen before we need to box? He's lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker, so that 9-second gap is going to come down very quickly. Of course, that overtake has decimated our confidence levels again.
I think we need to start getting a little bit quicker.
"13 seconds off the back of Hulkenberg." Lawson's pace is looking pretty decent. I'm going to change up the strategy a little bit. Let's start looking to box him a bit earlier, just to avoid getting caught and passed by Magnussen. I'll do 3 laps. Ricardo in for RB. So the hard's going on. This actually works out quite nicely because this will give me a little bit of a small window to try and maybe get a tow from the back of Ricardo. If I'm lucky. He's got a lot more grip than I do. He's got a much quicker car as well. And yeah, I can't keep with him. I can't keep up with him. Even though his tyres aren't up to temperature yet. I was just about to start pushing Porsche and he locks up.
Struggle a bit with front looking, guys.
What's that done to his tyres?
Just do your best.
Okay, so heading into turn 1 here. Struggling with the car. What caused that, I wonder?
Yeah, that's killed what little confidence he had left. Back down to 0 again. And it's put Gasly right on him. It's going to be a very, very long afternoon for Porsche. What were his tyres like across the line? 80%. So he's lost a couple of percent of damage to his tyres there. Nothing horrendous, but not ideal. There's Magnussen. He is closing in. Perez is out onto hard tyres. Tsunoda going soft. Medium to soft. Interesting. Soft tyres for Alonso. That's soft to soft, is it? Yeah. Soft to soft. So he's going soft, soft, medium then, by the look of it. Oh, now I'm going to get nailed by Alonso at the end, before this lap's even done. Box this lap. Pace has been better than I thought. I mean, we're about the 1/3 race distance at the moment.
Copy box.
Still need to save quite a lot of fuel on current form for Lawson, but Porsche is going to get laps. You can see Leclerc is almost on him, although Leclerc still has to stop. See if I can at least stay ahead of Alonso. It's going to be a hell of an ask to stay ahead of Alonso here.
Copy.
Use the battery. Hope that I can get enough performance to stay ahead into the hairpin. Little move to cover him. That worked.
Copy.
And we're in. So we avoided losing any confidence from being overtaken there. I'm really pleased about that. Had to box an extra lap or two earlier than I had originally planned, but right decision, I think. Hard's going on. 2.7, that's a decent stop. Not quick enough for points. That will drop us out behind Sargent, ahead of Gasly. And now we've got some work to do again.
Copy.
No faults on the grid right now. Joe's gearbox fault has cleared itself. Let's see, did Leclerc Change that. Yeah, his engine's been changed out. Look, he's at 94%. So he's got a new engine in now. His gearbox is... No, sorry, his ERS is getting low. Science is okay. Anyone at risk? Sergeant's car's running very hot right now. No Seiger's fault clearing a few laps ago. Bottas's engine's running a little hot. But it doesn't look like anyone's in immediate risk of developing a fault. Porsche is just losing time. Give him a little bit of battery, see if we can close the gap up a little bit. Just turn that off now. It's not like he needs to defend or attack anybody right now. Turn it off on Lawson as well. Norris leads from Max. Different strategy. Softs against the hards. 2.5 seconds is the gap. Gasly has caught Lawson. Let's turn the battle assist back on again.
Copy.
And yours going to get overtaken. I'm going to use this opportunity to harvest. Gasly's definitely on a push right now. In fact, he dropped us before the next DRS detection point. Didn't even get the opportunity to charge up. 139. 4 seconds quicker than Teo. And Teo's using his battery as well. Oof, that is a hell of a quick lap from Gasly. Where did that pace come from? 137 dead, almost. 137.007 for Norris there. Looking to stretch his gap over Max while he has the tyre advantage. Yeah, Gasly's flying. He's already on the back of Zhou. Hard tyres do not appear to have pace, but they are definitely durable. So we'll see how we do. We've got wiggle room to push this set of tyres, but we could also possibly extend them and then go for a set of softs at the end. We have a little bit of flexibility. Still no sign of even a VSC, let alone a safety car. You can see the historic safety car chance not shown, but they did say 100% in the email. I don't think, there's always been a safety car at China, but we shall see. Evening, George. How are you tonight? Yeah, 143.0 for Lawson, 141.3 for Porsche. Yeah, we took half a second out of Zhou on that lap. Gasly's still flying, pushing his tyres hard. He must be thinking about switching up his strategy a little bit. That's the other thing I like about how they've improved and, I don't want to say randomised, but individualized, I suppose, the AI attacking modes a little bit now. So it leaves you guessing. You know, the strategies were very predictable. You know, in the previous game, you could pretty much tell what the AI was going to do. I mean, if occasionally it would throw you a curveball, especially as the game went multiple seasons deep, as tyre wear improved and drivers got better. You know, then you would start to get less certain. But in the early days, when there was the big gulf in performance and cars weren't great at looking after their tyres, it was easy to kind of figure out what the strategies were going to be. Less so now, because drivers will just push at points where it leaves you scratching your head. It's like, well, I thought they were going to go for this strategy. Are they now pivoting to a different strategy? Or are they just going to push and then cool the tyres? There's a lot more uncertainty in trying to figure out what the AI is going to do, which is a good thing. You know, you don't want predictable AI in some respects. You don't want them to know exactly what they're going to do, and then just it's easy to plan around that and overcome it. But if there's more variety, more individualism in the driver strategies, then it makes it a little bit more immersive and more of a challenge to overcome as well. So we're 5 races deep now into our proper play test of the game, and I'm seeing a lot of things that I like. I do think I'm going to have to switch up Porsche's strategy to another set of mediums.
Good pace.
Right, let's look at trying to close up a little bit to Zhou now. There's one thing 100% predictable. Is that Stroll's going to stroll? AA pushes the tyres so high. Yeah, they do. Oh, someone's going to fault. It's Hulkenberg. Any clues?
The upshift's degrading. Upshift.
So he's got gearbox issues. Is that temporary? I'm guessing it probably is. Let's have a little dive into his car. See if it is just a general wear and tear fault or just a random. That's just a random fault. Almost back at our starting level of confidence with Lawson. Slowly creeping back up with Teo. I really can't wait for the point where our racers will actually start gaining significant amount of confidence from overtakes and losing a lot less than they are right now when they are overtaken or make a mistake. That will make a huge difference to our race performance. We struggle so much. Just 2 overtakes in quick succession absolutely kills our pace for a long time afterwards. It takes so long for our drivers to rebound at the moment. I had hoped they would have tweaked the confidence system a little bit, but it looks to be pretty much the same as it was. There we go, we are into the DRS zone. Let's rebuild the battery.
Copy.
And Porsche has been lapped, so he just needs to find about 1 kilo of fuel now in the remaining half of race. So yeah, he'll do that. Pretty sure of that.
You ready?
We can always do a little bit of tyre saving, a little bit of fuel saving later if we need to. Lawson is going to get lapped as well. There's Norris. He might just see us a couple of corners ahead, depending on the camera angle. Yeah, he's very close to us. There's Norris. That's how close we are to getting lapped with Lawson. We want to try and get as much battery in the car as possible before that happens, so that once the lapping hits, we can then try and exploit that and break away. Valtteri is into the pits. Gasly's going to be boxing soon as well. So we kind of need to jump on this opportunity as quickly as we can now. We want to get some confidence back. We won't lose anything for being blue flagged, but we will lose time. And we're going to get lapped on this lap. There we go. That's the first car through. Max is only 2 seconds down. There he is. Then we've got a little gap to Sainz. So we'll let Max through as well. There we go. Now we're going to push.
Copy.
Joe's just been lapped, but he will get DRS off the back of Norris, but hopefully he'll have to lift on the back straight to let Max through. Norris has got past Gasly as well. Hasn't really worked in our advantage. Bugger. We lost a lot more pace than the cars in front did. They both stayed out. They both had DRS, I think. Yeah, now we're up against it.
Copy.
So we lost more time than they did because they both got past at the same time by both cars pretty much.
Copy that. Copy.
Hoping we could sneak past at least one of them here. Not going to get either of them.
Copy.
And there goes Gasly into the pits. We didn't get the overtake that we wanted.
Copy.
We didn't get the DRS. Oh no, we did get the DRS, so we can now try and rebuild on Joe. Someone just pop out in front of us? Or is that Magnussen just slow? Yuki's got a fault now.
Why am I so slow?
He's just complaining about being slow, so that suggests an engine issue.
Box.
Copy, box.
Don't have the feedback yet. And now I'm going to have a Ferrari behind me. I've got a pair of Ferraris behind me.
Copy.
Oh, this could be awkward. Should get DRS off the Ferraris, but I don't think Joe's going to get DRS. I'm going to have to lift to let Perez through as well. Oh, there we go. We got him. And we got the DRS. Oh, no. Come on. Ah, some bullshit. That is some bullshit. We have the DRS though, he doesn't.
Copy.
And he's going to box, you watch. No, he stayed out. Oh, his tyres are better than I thought. Okay.
Okay, copy.
Well, we'll get him now.
Copy.
Let's see if we can break away. Porsche's in. So far off the pace right now. There goes Gasly.
Copy, box.
Gasly on hard tyres might be going to the end. Good news is Porsche can't lose any confidence from being overtaken because there's no one to overtake him. So he can only continue to improve his confidence level. Might take him a while to do it, but he is slowly creeping up, and hopefully his pace will pick up enough. Williams coming through, Alex Albon. I'm not going to be able to hold him back, so I'm going to lose some more confidence here with Lawson. Mentality buffs are so strong, confidence lost its purpose. I haven't really had enough experience with the mentality buffs to see yet. I mean, as always, the confidence is tied to the relationship with the engineer. So the better the relationship with the engineer, the less confidence you will lose when you are overtaken or make a mistake, the more confidence you will gain when you overtake someone or set a personal best sector. But in these early moments, you can see just how much we lost from being overtaken once. It's a lot. You know, we need at least a season to get the relationship in a strong position with our drivers, unfortunately. So this first year, we're going to see big losses in confidence every time we lose a place, which is going to have a big knock-on impact on our pace. But as the year progresses, those losses will incrementally get smaller and the gains will get incrementally bigger, just at a very slow rate, unfortunately. High enthusiastic Lando stats. Are you talking about about those stats. They're not tied to mentality. They're tied to driver confidence, which is tied to the engineer mentality. It's not tied to the mentality system. Confidence is its own thing. So you get a driver in high confidence by making lots of overtakes, and he's got a good relationship with his engineer, so he's getting big gains each time. Yeah, you can get big gains. I mean, we saw that in the previous game, where you could get +8 on your stats. We've got a fault for Leclerc.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
I don't know if there is an additional buff for mentality on top. I'll have to have a look at that after this Grand Prix. Let's take a look at Hulkenberg. So his fault is gearbox. That is confirmed. Sonoda had a fault. We needed to see what that was. Is that his engine? It is his engine. And let's see, do we have information on Leclerc yet? Not yet. Bottas is closed in. He's got better tyres than we do right now. I think he's too close for me to block him here, but we'll try. Yeah, he's got the move done before we even get to the braking zone. And there we go, another large confidence chunk of confidence lost. Ocon into the pits. Hard tyres for him. He's going to come out not that far behind and with a big tyre advantage. And a potential slipstream here on the back of Piastri.
Don't worry.
He could be on us in a matter of a couple of laps. Alright, we're 14 seconds behind Joe. We're not closing the gap. Tyres are now up to temperature. Confidence is rebounding. Joe's on softs. So we're not going to close in on Joe for a while. I am still hopeful that I can get Porsche up to 21st to fulfill the sponsor target there. We're going to get the bonus with Lawson. Let's let Oscar through. And there we go. We'll get some DRS off of Oscar. Thank you. Logan's in. I think his tyres were that worn out. And another set of hard tyres for Logan. So that's him to the end. God damn it, Teo. Stop making stupid mistakes like that, please.
Yeah, into the spot.
Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look as we go into the 13th corner. Oh, and
How you
the
doing,
car
Anthony?
locks up. And hopefully there's not too much damage to the tyres.
Oh my God. He lost about 9-10% of his tyres on that lockup. Ah, He's just killing his strategy every time. Ocon is through. No surprise there. And that, fortunately, is going to kill what little confidence we have built up with Lawson.
Awesome.
Yeah, look at that. He was at full confidence, well, starting level confidence just a few laps ago. Been overtaken 3 times and it's pretty much killed it. Welcome back, Toby. What's been going on? Porsche is still making mistakes. He's just locked up again. Lost another 10% of his tyres. Lawson is still ticking along, but he's losing confidence because he keeps getting overtaken by cars with fresher tyres. She's hurting his pace. Stats are now very bad. And Yuki is into the pits. Has my car improved? It has. Not quite as much as I was hoping it had, but we had a good run in the sprint. Just not so good here in the Grand Prix. What do I think about Sainz to Williams? I think it's the best of the options that were left to him, but I do think it's a shame that he found himself in a situation where he had to choose from the 3 worst teams on the grid. I still don't understand why Red Bull went with Perez. I mean, I can kind of understand why they didn't want to bring in Sainz. They didn't want to unsettle Verstappen, but they need a dependable second driver, and they do not have one. And Tsunoda's engine fault has got worse. Could we be potentially looking at a Tsunoda retirement? There's still 23 laps to go, including this one. I'm already 7 seconds behind Ocon. Lapping 2 seconds a lap slower than Gasly, but I've got a bit of a lead. Lapping considerably slower than everybody else. But then I was doing some harvesting on the last lap. Let's see what this pace, or this lap's pace, is like. But if we're not careful, that 13-second gap is going to start coming down pretty quickly. Porsche is just not quick enough. It's losing time every lap. He's still getting laps as well, getting blue flagged. Let's give him some battery, so we can close the gap up a bit. As the race leader comes in, off his set of softs, what's he going on to the end? Is he going hards or mediums? He's going mediums. Max moves into the lead. Still has a stop to make. Might try and go softs. Perez coming in. Medium tyres for Perez. And a bad stop for Red Bull. Doesn't Perez bring in a lot of sponsor dollars or something like that? I mean, he does bring in a fair bit of commercial money, but the team is obviously, needing a dependable second driver for the constructors, and at the end of the day, That's probably worth more than the money. You know, the difference between first and second is probably worth more, not just in terms of the prize fund, but because in a straight comparison, no. But it's not just the prize fund; it's the prestige. It's what it does to the brand. It's what it does to commercial tie-ins and merchandising. They can then command higher sponsorship rates from teams that want to, companies that want to be a sponsor because they're on the championship-winning car. So, as an overall, I would say Perez's money does not come close to what they could be getting, if they were dominating. And while they kind of dominated last season because they had such a car advantage, this year, very much not the case. All right, there we go. I have closed the gap to Zhou quite considerably. I've even got myself into a position where I can get a slipstream off the back of Stroll here. Well, maybe not a slipstream, but I can get a little bit of DRS for a straight when Stroll dives into the pits. He'll be coming through to lap us again in a moment. George is going to blue flag us soon. But yeah, that gap has definitely come down. About 5 seconds over the last 2 laps. Lawson's advantage over Gasly has come down, and we've got another blue flag situation.
Struggling a little bit with the fronts.
Was that Max? No, that was Perez who went through on Lawson. So my target was to try and beat both of the Saubers, which has not worked out for us. Valtteri is going to be boxing soon as well. We are 15 seconds behind him. But we have got more pace than Zhou. Sargent is going to the end. We should be able to catch and repass Sargent. So, I mean, going from just beating one car and not always being able to beat one car to how we did in the sprint, and the fact that we've got a real chance here of beating a couple of cars on pure pace tonight is encouraging. Got a yellow flag. Someone has spun. That is Tsunoda, I think. It is. Yeah, just dropped it.
Yeah.
Anthony says he's going to put Antonelli in his car. When and for who? Because you won't be able to sign him until he turns 18. At least not to a reserve role or a... well, I say reserve. You can sign him as an affiliate, but you won't be able to put him in the car until he turns at least 18. He might have to do 2 seasons of competition as well, which obviously he hasn't done yet. Don't forget he skipped F3 and went straight into F2, so You might have to do 2 seasons in F2 before you can put him in as well. I'm looking at the wrong car. Okay. A chance to get a little bit of battery into Porsche there and went with the wrong car. Let's see. Albon is behind and closing. Try and stay away from him. Don't want to lose more confidence. He's just come out behind us. I can get away with boxing this lap. I think I'm going to have to, really. See if I can maybe get an undercut on Valtteri. Gain a second or 2 back on him. There we go again. We're boxing earlier than planned in an attempt to try and keep the confidence high. Again, that early promise we showed with our pit crew at the start of the year just has not come into any kind of fruition. We just got slower after the first couple of races and haven't really rebounded from that. We get the occasional little bit of pace in one of our stops, but generally we haven't been quick at all. So Sarge's looking like he's going to try and go to the end. Gasly might try and go to the end, but I think he's probably going to stop. Albon's going to the end. Ocon might go to the end. Bottas, Magnussen, they are definitely stopping. Who knows about Hulkenberg, but he's too far ahead. Target is to finish ahead of Sargent. We've got 21.5 seconds to make up over the next 16 and a half laps. Oh wait, we've been lapped, haven't we? Yeah, 16 and a half laps because the lap counter's on the leader. Porsche spent pretty much the entire race in negative confidence. Lawson's confidence has improved a little bit.
Try to pick up a bit more pace.
We need about 1.7 kilos for a lap, so we need to find about half a kilo with Porsche. Norris currently is 24 seconds ahead of Max. Max, though, on softs, having just stopped. He's going to be quick. Oscar boxes. And we'll have to wait and see what Max does on the next lap, but it will be a quick lap. Oscar should be going softs now. A safety car now could change everything. We could save fuel, get the batteries recharged. We could put brand new soft tyres on and get right back onto the grid, you know, in running order, or at least close, depending on how long the safety car comes out. Because we would have to unlap ourselves. So we could at least close the gap to the cars that we're chasing. So Lawson doing a 1:39 on that last lap with no push. Valtteri has just stopped. We are 10 seconds behind him, so we did close a little bit of the gap to Valtteri. He's not going to get lapped anytime soon, though, or blue flagged anytime soon, so it's going to be tough to close the gap. Don't think he'll get DRS off the back of the Mercedes drivers. There we go, Max over 2 seconds quicker than Norris on that last lap. Norris still has the fastest lap. What is the fastest lap right now? 1:35.2. 1:35.4 for Max on the last lap. See if he goes quicker this lap. Doesn't look like it. Has closed the gap again, though. So 1:35.6, 1.2 seconds quicker than Norris. I don't think he's going to catch Norris. I think Norris has got this one won. So is this finally going to be a new race winner this season? It will happen one race earlier than actually no, it won't happen one race earlier because Max didn't retire in Australia, so Sainz couldn't get the win. But it'll happen one race earlier for Norris because we're going to Miami next race. Gasly's in. He's going to be going onto soft tyres. There we go. We are going to come out in front of him. And now we just have to try and keep him behind us. 4 second gap. It's not a lot. His tyres will fall away quicker than ours will.
We're gonna box. Let's push.
Right, going to have to make up over 20 seconds to catch Joe. That's going to be tough. I think we're going to be praying for a retirement. Tsunoda's engine is definitely problematic for him. I don't know if it's going to blow up on him in the closing laps. I'm keeping my fingers crossed it does, because that might be the only way we get 21st place with Porsche tonight.
Fighting behind.
Oh, look how much speed he's got on us. Yeah, we ain't stopping that. Damn it. We just got him onto the cusp of medium confidence, and he immediately loses a massive chunk right before he boxes. That's so frustrating. Can we at least pull out a quick stop here? Yes, 2.5. That might get us in the top 10. We didn't get an update from the leaderboard thing, so I'm guessing we didn't get the top 10. Hulkenberg has boxed.
14 laps to go.
We will let the Ferraris go through. And now let's see if we can stay with them. What are they on right now? They're both on soft, so the answer will be no. Yeah, look how far they are ahead already. Right, Lawson. Still 4 seconds ahead of Gasly. But he's on target for his 20th place finish, although it would be nice to finish a little higher if we can. A lot of work to do here. 25 seconds to show. He's lapping in the 139s. But his medium tyres are already down to 65%. It's not impossible. We're 2 laps down, so we can now push the fuel. You're going to start the season on the Switch, Anthony. Let me know how it plays on the Switch. I am genuinely curious. I'm not planning on buying a Switch anytime soon. I'm just curious as to how well it performs. I'd like to see, what it looks like, when it stacks up against the console version. There is an update already for the Switch. So make sure you install that. It's coming this week for the consoles. It's already out on PC. Right, Gasly has closed the gap a bit. We're about to get blue flagged for one of the Astons. That'll be Stroll. There's Gasly behind him. Sargent's going to be boxing soon. He'll come out behind us. So that will elevate us up to 18th. And then it'll be a case of can we keep him behind? And we are almost under the delta for fuel. We're at 1.9 under. We need to be 1.7 under minimum. 10 laps to go.
Okay.
Can we hold him up? No, he just slots straight through. That's so annoying that the AI can do that to us and we don't seem to be able to do it to the AI. Once again, we just move further and further away from medium confidence. Noda's got a new fault.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
Wait till he crosses the line and then see if we can get a sneak peek as to whether he's got a gearbox fault as well now or an ERS fault. We did a 1:36.9. We took nearly 6 seconds out of Zhou on that lap. We're out of battery now, but gap's down to under 18 seconds. We are closing on Zhou at a fair old rate. We might still get him. That's Sargent into the pits. We do get through.
Same fuel.
By how much is the question. Seven seconds. And of course he's on brand new softs. That gap's going to come down. Let's see if I can just stay in the DRS. Leclerc now has an issue. That's a big issue.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
I hate that motion blur effect that we see. It just ruins the look. It's too early to see what the fault is with Leclerc, but I'm going to guess it's an ERS fault, given that his ERS is at 25%. Let's take a look at Yuki. So he now has a gearbox issue to go along with his engine issue. That engine is definitely still running hot. Right, we did get back into the Gasly's DRS.
Okay.
I think he's been dropped now. Let's see if his rear wing opens up here. No, it doesn't. So he has now been dropped by Stroll. His tyres are now lower life remaining than ours. Still grippier though. Porsche's got the gap down to 14 seconds. Took another 2.7 out of Zhou on that last lap. This lap, 2.5 seconds. He's going to get him, I think, at this pace. He's going to get him. I guess he's just pulled away from us a little bit. But he'll come back to us. I think his tyres will just burn up a little bit and he'll come back to us. So not going to overly push just yet. We'll just keep hanging back. Ocon into the pits. Good stop. And he's immediately going to get blue flagged for one of the RBs. I'm not sure which one. Or is he? Has he got enough pace to actually stay ahead? Yeah, quick lap for Gasly there, 1:38.5, 2 seconds quicker than we were. Pushing to try and get back onto Stroll by the look of it. But he's not going to do it. Stroll's too far up the road. Oh, we've got a fault with Porsche. Gearbox fault. Ah, that's not what we wanted. have to cool the engine down. Oh, hello, yellow flag, yellow flag. It's a spin. Who was it? Oh, Joe. Excellent. That's the car we wanted to spin.
So I lost
Oh,
the
that's a
car.
big spin. Ferrari's had to take to the grass to avoid him there.
Not much that the team can do about that one.
And all of a sudden the gap is down to just less than half a second. How much has he done to his tyres as well? Let's have a look.
Remember, we need the tires for long.
That's a big spin as well. That will have cost him a lot of life in his tyres. They're down to 45%. That's it. Joe is done.
Okay, we need to push a bit more. Good job, mate.
Copy.
And we're back in medium confidence. Oh, we've almost cleared the minus modifiers. Got to cool that engine down.
Copy.
Lawson's back on Gasly. Max has got the gap to Norris down to just 10 seconds. I don't think he's got enough time though. Even in refill.
Copy.
Yeah, he's only lapping about a second quicker. There we go. We have dropped him. Let's keep
Okay.
cooling the car down. There's no way we're going to catch Sargent unless Sargent does something ridiculously stupid. Although Sargent has really caught up to Lawson. There he is. So we could finish 18th, we could finish 20th. 20th would be fine with the sponsors, but not with me. I want 18th.
Okay. Okay, mate, copy. Copy, copy. Copy that.
Right, hopefully the slipstream will help protect us a little bit from that DRS behind.
Okay, copy.
No, he hit us. He pushed us off. God damn it. And he's killed our
And
confidence.
we've had a crash on track.
God damn it, Sergeant. Watch this. He's pushed us off the track.
Copy.
No penalties given. Bullshit. Right, Sergeant's about to get pulled over, but it'll get DRS for him, I think. Yeah, off the back of Max. We're not going to get it on Sergeant, so that's going to pull Sergeant further away from us.
Push, push.
Copy, copy. Yeah, copy that.
Wary of being blue flagged by the RB. Can we hold him off into the snail shell? Nope. Now we're going to get blue flagged again. Luckily we got blue flagged in a place where we didn't really lose that much speed. Which immediately gets us back onto Lawson.
Okay, copy.
Onto Sergeant, sorry.
I do save a bit rear here.
Copy.
Now I've got an Aston coming up behind us. No, it's a Mercedes. That is
Okay,
Lewis, I think. Oh no, it is an Aston. That must be, that's Alonso. We lost a fair bit of speed there. And now we've got a Ferrari coming as well. I think our opportunity might have gone. We have got the DRS. We had a real chance of getting Gasly until Sargent hit us. Now we're going to finish 8 seconds behind him. We are 2 laps down, so we can push the fuel. We have fulfilled our sponsor obligations of 20th and 21st in the order that we needed to, but I really want to get Sargent for shafting us at the end there.
Lando Norris wins it. He's first.
I'm not going to get him. God damn it. Not going to get him. Son of a bitch. Lost opportunity there in the Grand Prix. We survived our first fault. Porsche bringing it home. 9.5 seconds ahead of Zhou in the end. Give or take. 9.7. 9.8. Good little turn of pace from Porsche towards the end there. Once he finally started to get his confidence back up with no risk of it dropping. But yeah, a very difficult afternoon for Lawson there. Constantly getting his confidence hammered as cars on different strategies came through and blitzed past us with much fresher tyres. And then just when it looked like we had a chance to get 18th, Sargent hits us. We lose a massive amount of confidence. We lose, position, a lot of time, and we end up 7 seconds behind Gasly in the end and couldn't get back past Sargent as we got caught by more blue flags.
And among the drivers returning now is Charles Leclerc.
Yeah, just shy of a podium, but 4th is still a respectable finish.
Lando Norris certainly loves a podium, heading up there now to celebrate again.
It's a really emotional moment to be up there celebrating your first win.
And that's the podium complete for the Chinese Grand Prix.
Norris gets his first win, a race ahead of schedule.
How do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there, though. Coming up next, the teams will be taking a trip to the Sunshine State. The Hard Rock Stadium is laying down the track for a captivating race at the Miami Grand Prix.
So then, confirmation of the final result. We have a new race winner this season. Lando Norris with his first win. Max down to 2nd, having won the sprint and the previous 4 rounds as well. Sainz up 2 places to finish in 3rd ahead of teammates Leclerc, who was nursing an engine issue towards the end there, ended up 7.5 seconds back. Piastri in 5th has gained a place, getting past Perez, and also took the fastest lap as well. So bonus point there for Oscar, 11 points tonight. Perez down in 6th place ahead of George Russell by a comfortable margin, 45 seconds the gap there. Russell up 4 places from 11th to 7th. Hamilton in 8th ahead of Sonoda in 9th, also nursing quite a severe engine issue and an ERS issue towards the end there as well, and a lap down. Stroll in 10th gets the final point. Then we have Ricardo 11th, Alonso 12th, Hulkenberg Albon up 6 places to finish in 14th. So once again, bad qualifying undone with decent improvement in the race. Then it's Ocon in 15th, Magnussen 16th, Bottas in 17th, Gasly 18th, Sargent 19th. We finished in 20th and 21st with Zhou in 22nd. Could have been better for Lawson. Both drivers losing out a little bit of ground there. Porsche constantly locking up and ruining his strategy on multiple occasions, and then having to nurse a gearbox issue towards the end. Lawson just, well, just unlucky. Being caught at the wrong point with blue flags, as well as being overtaken and losing confidence to alternate strategies on the grid. And then being hit by Logan at the end there, robbing us of another couple of places. But we do still finish where we needed to for the sponsors. So at least that's something. Driver standings look like this. It's 126 points now for Max Verstappen, picks up 26 points over the weekend. Lando moves up into second place after securing his first win and getting points in the sprint as well. He is now on 89 points, so he is 37 points behind Max Verstappen, and 4 points clear of former teammate Carlos Sainz, who drops down into third, just the 4 points behind, and a long way clear of Leclerc, who, despite that issue, has picked up some good points this weekend, 18 of them, to move level on points, but 1 place ahead of Sergio Perez, and 18 points behind his teammate. Oscar drops down into 6th place, despite a decent performance for him this weekend. He's 1 point behind Perez, has closed that gap by 2. Then it's Hamilton on 25 points in 7th, so big gap from the top 6 down. Tsunoda 2 points further back in 8th. Russell gets 6 points this weekend, puts him above Fernando Alonso into 9th. Then it's Stroll in 11th, Ricciardo in 12th, Ocon 13th, the first of the non-scorers. Then it's Hulkenberg, Albon, Porsche, Magnussen, Zhou, Sargent, Lawson and Bottas. And that is just the ultimate little insult there, that Liam Lawson is actually overtaken in the standings by Logan, thanks to Logan's late race shenanigans there. In the constructor standings, it is 183 points for Red Bull. McLaren do move past Ferrari by 3 points into second place on 145, 38 points behind Red Bull. And then it's a huge gap back to Mercedes in 4th, 38 points. They are 104 behind Ferrari, 14 points clear of RB there. Aston a further 10 points back in 6th place. And then no points for any of the following teams. Alpine in 7th, Haas 8th, Williams 9th, Goodwood in 10th, Sauber still in 11th. In the pit stops, we did pick up some points thanks to that 2.5 second stop from Porsche there. So Red Bull get the quickest stop with Max at 2.4. Aston's Fernando Alonso is 2nd. Sainz's Ferrari 3rd. Zhou picking up some good points for Sauber there in 4th place ahead of Alpine in 5th. They also get a point from Gasly in 10th as well. Mercedes gets some points with George in 6th. Haas gets some points. Aston picking up more points there with Stroll getting another 2 as well. So a good weekend for Aston. Standings look like this then. It is 25 points for Red Bull on 136 now. No points for McLaren. So they have lost some ground. They are now 53 points behind Red Bull. Alpine and Aston both moving ahead of RB there. Alpine on 53 points. Aston on 50. And RB now in 5th on 49. Ferrari also closing the gap considerably. They're just 6 points behind in 6th. And it's Williams in 7th on 26 points. We are 3 points behind them now in 8th place, a point ahead of Mercedes still, and Sauber off the mark. They jump up into 10th place with 12 points, and Haas drop into 11th despite scoring are 4 points further back. There you see our stops. Not a good first stop for Porsche, as we had to change his front wing. That stop was about 8.9 seconds, I think, in total. Again, it's not really showing all the details. It still seems to get that wrong for some reason. I don't know why. We also had a 2.89 second stop, and then the 2.5 at the end. 2.7 stops for Lawson. A little bit more consistency needed to get some of these faster stops on a more regular basis. There you see we got our contract bonus. It's only paid it once, so I don't know whether that's paying it for the sprint or the race, or whether we have to achieve it in both to get the payout. I don't know how that works yet. It might just be bugged. I don't know. But we do achieve with both, so that's something. Porsche's rating goes up to an 80 overall. Lovely stuff. So both drivers have improved from when we hired them, up to 80 points now. Let's check in with the mentality hub. So we have 5 negatives. They are all staff, unfortunately, but the drivers themselves are relatively neutral at the moment. They are, let's see, they're happy with their personal driver standings, happy with the sprint results, happy with personal qualifying, unhappy with race result for Porsche, and happy with China overall in qualifying, the team performance. Unhappy with me at the moment because he doesn't feel I'm upgrading the car or the staff or the facilities quickly enough at the moment. Working on it, doing the best I can. Car performance is going to be the easiest thing to fix. Facilities isn't really going to improve much this season now out of cash, but we are making strides with the car. He will get those upgrades in the next Grand Prix as well, let's not forget. Lawson, his personal situation is positive. He's happy with his salary, his standings in the drivers, qualifying results from the sprint and the race in China. As far as the team performance, he's happy with qualifying there. Unhappy with me still, but that's mainly down to car performance, facilities and other staff. Although he is more annoyed about the facilities than Porsche is, which is interesting. He's happy though that we have got more upgrades on the way. Let's have a look at our staff. What are their biggest grumbles at the moment? Me. they're all miserable with me. Fair enough. All right, let's check in with our inbox. So, our car wasn't suited to the track given its poor medium speed performance, as well as its poor low speed performance, high speed performance, speed performance, DRS performance, dirty air performance, cooling performance, etc., etc. Miami will need solid low speed performance, so that should be our focus. Our car is one of the worst on the grid, so it will be a tough one. Yeah, not expecting that to improve anytime soon. Aerodynamic car parts inspection report is below. Both Porsche and Lawson performed well in terms of strategy. We expected to finish in 21st. Our best position was 20th, so we were above target. Best strategy was the 2-stop. An update on Williams. Our car has better low-speed performance, which puts us on a good footing to beat them next race. Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll be looking to beat Sargent, but I don't think we'll be able to beat Albon yet. We have got some feedback from our scouts now on Matt Harmon. Let's do a straight comparison. And yeah, you can see he's comprehensively better. Contract, he still has 2 years left on his contract, so we would have to buy him out if we wanted to sign him from Alpine. But he would be a definite improvement on what we have right now. Now you can see he's up 23 points in front wing, 4 points in rear wing, 14 points in side pods, 19 points in underfloor, and 5 points in suspension. That's a huge improvement. Let's continue scouting out other technical chiefs. We scouted Max, didn't we? Yeah, he was a definite potential replacement. Down in suspension, down in chassis, up everywhere else, and quite significantly as well. and he's a free agent, so he would not cost us anywhere near as much to hire. Let's take a look at Jody Eggington. We'll scout out him. I certainly won't be able to sort of hire away anyone like James Key upwards. We might have a chance with Andrea De Zordo, but probably a bit beyond our means there. Pat Fry would be a nice hire, but again, I don't think we'd have the finances to get him. So let's see. So the rear wing has failed. We broke a front wing, and the other front wing also failed as well. Jesus. All of a sudden I've got no front wings left. Engine is now dipped. Gearbox has an issue, so we'll be running these as practice parts, but we'll be putting new powertrain components into the car for the next Grand Prix. Let's go ahead and swap that over. I've got no spare front wings now, and I can't build any either because I've got no slots left in the garage. Got 11 days to go until the next Grand Prix. I've got 5 days to go. So I was hoping to get the suspension started once the rear wings are done, but I'm now going to have to build a couple of spare front wings instead. So with the suspensions that we've got built, designed and ready to go into production, we'll have to wait until after Miami now, assuming we can afford them after Miami. That's not good at all. Really not good. Right. 11 days to go. Let's check in with the board. What did the board think of that? They were disappointed. They said we performed above target. Why are they disappointed with us performing above target? That just makes no sense. Maybe it's just because we are below target still. But that's race performance disappointed. That should be satisfied, I think. Right. Be nice to get a little bit more confidence gain and boost the attractiveness a little bit, but that is 2/3 of our money. Can't afford that, unfortunately. Really can't afford that. Let's take a look at my driver stats right now. They're not amazing. Work on communication and composure. Same again, communication and composure. Let's speed up how quickly that relationship improves. Let's actually dig into that a little bit more. I've only been paired 9 weeks. As you can see, it boosts the driver mentality and the race engineer mentality. It's affected by mentality. While he's still negative, that's going to have a bit of a knock-on effect. But as I say, we have got extra parts coming for Cher's car. That might be them there. Those side pod stock, I can't even afford to replace those either. Alright, let's go ahead and install the rear wing onto that car there. Do the same with chassis now, and now I can make an extra 2 spare front wings. It's going to cost half of my money, but I need them. They should both be ready in time. I think it was, what, 3 days each, wasn't it? Yeah. I'll get them both in time for the next Grand Prix, so I'll have 2 spare front wings again. That's good. Let's go to our inbox. Jody Eddington results. Let's have a look. Overall mentality is positives at the moment. That's good for him. Let's compare his stats to Matt Harmon's. Oh, and he's definitely an improvement on Matt Harmon, isn't he? Up by 4 points in chassis, 7 points in front wing, 8 points in rear wing, a point in side pods, 5 points in underfloor, and 3 points in suspension. He's better all round. Contract details. He is out of contract at the end of the season. He's going to cost a little bit more, but the buyout fee, if we wanted to sign him immediately, which we're not going to do, is something that we could, cope with. I wonder if I could offer him a contract now. Okay, so let's look at offering him a contract to join us next season. Let's offer him a 3-year deal. We'll match his salary. What is the breakout multiplier? If a team is trying to poach the staff member, they must pay the buyout fee times this multiplier. That money then goes to the team the staff members poached from. Oh, I see. Okay, let's put a high breakout multiplier will make the staff member less likely to be poached, but will make the contract proposal less appealing. Let's go to a ×1 multiplier. Let's give him 2 weeks to think about that. Wait and see what he says about that. Might be harder to sign him because he has a positive mentality. He's enjoying his time at RB right now. I don't see why you wouldn't. His car's doing pretty well at the moment. Regularly be getting both drivers into the top 10 in qualifying and the racing. Or at least one of them in the top 10, if not both. So, advanced time. We've got a new ATR period. Helipad upgrade is done. That will be a little bit of extra cash. We've got an extra rating point there for Po Rivera. I'd say Po, it might be Powell. I'm going to say probably Powell. I keep calling him Po just from force of habit. There we go, an extra 1% on sponsor target payouts. It's boosted our team attractiveness by 5%. Marketability's gone up by 10%. So that will help with engagement for the next sponsor package that we have to deal with. Let's get to the end of the month. The underfloor is now ready to be built, but we just don't have time to build it because we don't have the ability to create the parts we need with only 2 slots available. Miami, another sprint weekend. Monthly car report is not great, as we know. Underfloor design is ready, but no slots available to build it. How did our affiliate improve? She gave 3 points in braking and a point in adaptability, so good month for her there. What is she training on right now? She's training on short run pace, so hopefully we'll see her improve her cornering and accuracy soon. We'll leave her on that setting. How did our drivers improve? A point in smoothness and a point in adaptability for Teo, plus a point in accuracy as well. Good month for him. No improvement for Liam, but I think he had a sponsor obligation, which is why he didn't get any real development this month. Checking in with the rest of the grid, Haas have upgraded their race sim. McLaren season is going great. They're beyond where they expected to be. 2nd and 6th in the drivers, 2nd in the constructors. Let's get our pit crew training. Have Frontier approach me about this game for feedback. Frontier don't even care, you know, about me. They don't know I exist. So our pit crew was showing us exhausted. I'm not quite sure why that is. Let's see. We can get a little bit of training in here. Give them a day off after the Grand Prix. See what happens if I take that day out completely. It's a bit too much. Let's put half a day of training in there. Yeah, that's better. And then we'll go through the weekends, come out the other side. I can put in half a day of training there as well. Let's go with another bit more car building. 9 to 0. Back through the weekend at Monaco. And then from here we can go into a bit more stat training and speed training. We'll go like that so that we get the best improvement we can for the month. And we'll confirm. Alright, how is Bruno Mello doing? Oh, he's demoralized right now. That's probably why we're not getting good stops at the moment. Okay, so training is really good. It's already in the 80s, so I'm thinking I might go to training leadership and processes for a bit. Of course I can't. I can go training and leadership. I can do aptitude and leadership, but I can't do leadership and processes. So we'll leave them on that then. Let's check in with our other staff. Negative overall. He's working on aero principles right now. Yeah, we'll leave him on that for now. I mean, it'd be nice to improve our DRS delta, but cooling's important. The downforce is definitely important, and airflow sensitivity is really bad for him at the moment, so we need to improve that. Isabella, Let's have a look. So, she needs front wing improvement. She's getting it there. Side pods and underfloor as well. Yeah, she's still in the best position for her training at the moment. We've already looked at Bruno. Let's check in with Porsche's training. He's on wet track at the moment to train his control and his smoothness, adaptability and accuracy. I think that is probably the right way to go there. Just get a little bit more smoothness out of him, maybe boost his control a touch more. It's always good to improve his adaptability and accuracy. If I can get him up to about 75 on his smoothness, that will give us a little bit more flexibility on tyre strategy, so I can then look at moving on to a different training package. Let's check in with Lawson. Lawson's on short run pace right now. I could potentially move him away from that if he needs some more work. He does need work here. Yeah, let's give him a little bit of race strategy training for a bit. Working on composure and communication. Yeah, it's fine. We've done the same with Pedro, haven't we? Yeah. All right, that is it. We are 2 days away from Miami. We've now got both cars running the same spec. Our drivers are now in neutral condition, so hopefully we can start to see a little bit more improvement at Miami. We saw glimpses of performance improvement in the sprint where we didn't have to worry about a pit stop, which enabled us to get up to 16th with Porsche and 18th, 19th with Lawson. Hopefully we can repeat that trick in the sprint at Miami, and then I don't know what's going to happen with the race itself. Let's take a quick sneak at the weather. It's going to be dry and fairly warm, especially on the Friday. So we haven't got rain to worry about, which is probably a good thing. Yeah, there we go. That is it for tonight. We will be back at the usual time tomorrow of 8 p.m. for round 6 and the second sprint of the season as we head to the Hard Rock Cafe Stadium in Miami, home of the Dolphins. So until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager 24 Creator Team very soon.